Welcome, race fans, back to the oldest micro sprint track in the United States, Coles County Speedway, located here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey, joined alongside Kevin once again as the LO206 carts return to the Speedway for the first time since May. I'm joined alongside the high caliber graphic junior sprints, the Division 1 composite non-wing micros. Then it'll be the LO206 beginner carts, which is an up to 8-year-old class. Then it'll be the Patriot landscaping restricted micros, and finishing off the night, it's going to be the strong over A-class wings.
Thank you, Casey. Coles County Speedway is proud to be sponsored by Tomahawk Roofing Contractors, Fuqua Tree Service, Hanning Racing Components, Victory Fuel, Kim String Race Fuels, RS12 Motorsports, Spartan Transportation, High Caliber Graphics, Dirt 2 Media, WFO, King Chassis, Hyper Racing, K1 Race Gear, Vision 1 Composites, Patriot Landscaping, Duncan Windows, Strong Elevator, Burromax, Strong Bookkeeping, and Napa from Neoga, Mattoon, and Effingham, Cole Lumber.
And also a special thank you for the free general admission for the rest of the non-special events this year, sponsored by Cleveland Grain Systems Incorporated out of Mount Zion, Illinois. And it looks like some of the King Chassis D2 midgets making their way out onto the racetrack for their first hot lap session of the night. Right behind him is going to be the 12B. It looks like a Patrick Bruns from Champaign, Illinois. Right in front of him, you'll find...
Remember, race fans, if you can't be here some night, you can stream live on WFO. And be sure to go to Facebook, like and follow Coles County Speedway. Keep up on the latest news and all the action in the race.
Micros over to 355 points over second place Mackenzie Dowler and third place Braxton Flatt. Over in the Division 1 composite non-wing micros, Nolan Bartley's gap is getting cut just a little bit by Cameron Romack. Cameron Romack slides his way up into the second spot for the Division 1 composite non-wing micro point race. He's 110 points back. Over in the A-Class non-wings, Nolan Bartley holding on to a 15-point lead over Brody Bridgman and Parker Bupp. Tight points battle there for the A-Class non-wing as the entirety of the top 9 are within 100 points of the points lead. In the high caliber graphic junior sprints, Jasper Hellman extended his lead to over 457 points over Dalton Cleary and Madison Meany. Over in the strong over A-Class wings, it was Harrison Robards. That gap getting a little bit bigger over the King Chassis D2 midgets. Alex Midkiff, the current points leader, but it might just change tonight as Brandon Smith, 75 points back, and be looking to take that points lead over Alex Midkiff tonight. Over in the K1 Race Gear Outlaw Wings, Cole Tinsley with a 132-point advantage over Harrison Robards and Joe B. Miller. And the LO206 beginner carts only run one points race this year, and Xander LaRose is going to be extending his lead. And it sounds like enough heat is in those engines. We're going to be unleashing.
We'd also like to give out a special shade, so be sure to go to their website also and like and follow. That's SRL Media and Design.
So it looks like all 5 King Chassis D2 midgets tonight making their way out on the racetrack, looking to have the caution lights extinguished for the first hot lap session of the day. As quickly, white flags in the air for the King Chassis D2 midgets. Patrick Bruns right half a second faster than the King Chassis D2 midget. Right behind him, you're going to find Madison Meany, the 10M from Terre Haute, Indiana. From Tucson, Arizona. Criminal lines tonight so far. A little bit of a different entry to turn 1 from the drivers tonight. I've seen a little bit of different entry out of the D2 midgets and the junior sprints. Both taking a little bit of a different entry to turn 1 than they normally do. So it looks like it's going to be...
And your second group of the high caliber graphic junior sprints is entering the track now.
Leading them out is going to be the 22 of Evan France from Lovington, Illinois. Also out there, this is the D52 of Joe Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. Also out there going to be the 16 of Case and Hatfield from Greenup, Illinois. Along with, it looks like, the 17 it looks like, not showing that on our entry list. As green flag coming out for the second high caliber graphic junior sprint hot laps. That's the 12K of Kylie Bates from Hillsboro, Missouri in that black car. One car up almost into the outside wall off turn number 2. That'd be the 16 of Case and Hatfield. That car looked like it may push tight off turn number 2 and almost got the outside wall. But no harm, no foul. Able to keep that car going in the right direction. Going way up the track again over in turn 2. It goes the 16 of Hatfield. As the checkered flag falls for the second group of the high caliber graphic junior sprints. That
transponder, so the track crew will get that back to him.
Out of that first group, though, Wyatt Walters does so far hold the quick time with an 11.278 over. For Indiana. Also out there, you'll find the 3 of Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona, along with the 17J of Jacob Johnson from Albuquerque, New Mexico. You also find the 31 of Mason Miller from Noblesville, Indiana, over there in turn 2. You also find the driver in second place in points at 21 V of Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana, looking to have himself a good points night tonight as the field's coming around to green on the hot laps. And everybody sliding their way through turns 3 and 4 as they come to the green. You also find the 7X out there. That'd be Austin Barnsworth from Warsaw, Indiana. The other 7 was the 7F and Noah Bartley from Hammond. Van Wazer from Lombard, Illinois. As they're coming around right away to the white flag, Drew Sherman doing Drew Sherman things here at Coles County Speedway. Quick time by over a 10th over Mike Landis and Austin Barnsworth as they make their way coming across the checkered flag. See if anybody can improve their lap times any further. Vicino improved to 7th, and not seeing anybody else improve overall. Drew Sherman with quick times so far on the Division I Composite non-wing micro hot laps.
And entering the track now will be our third and final set of heat laps for the Division I Composites non-wing micros.
Leading them out is going to be the 14A of Elia Ohab from Indianapolis, Indiana. Behind her, you'll find the 9, who's not showing on our entry list. It appears the 09, of Jace Clark. Also out there, you'll find the 2V of Stone Sharp from Frankfort, Illinois. And then in that 18R, you'll find Corey Bench from Charleston, Illinois, making his first ever start in a race car tonight as the green flag's out on the third and final group for the Division I Composite non-wing micro hot laps. Field's coming around right away. Seeing anybody able to break their way into the top 10. This group not seeing any quick times so far. Able to break into the top 10 as the field's coming around to the white flag right away. Checkered flags out for the field. One driver able to go into the top 5. That'd be Stone Sharp in the 2V. Goes to 4th on the Division I Composite non-wing micro hot lap list. Drew Sherman, though, with the quick time for the Division I Composite non-wing micros. Austin Barnsworth second, and Mike Landis the top 3. And entering the track now will be the LO206 beginner carts, making their way out for their first hot lap since May of this year. Lead them out. That 1Z is Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. Also out there, the 99 of Carter Bates from Hillsboro, Missouri, making up the LO206 beginner kart class tonight.
And green flag is in the air. This car class is for drivers 8 and under. It's a good way to gain some racing experience for these young men and women.
We also typically have an intermediate class, which is for ages 8 through 14, but only the beginner kart showed up tonight. As our field's coming around to the checkered flag, Alexander LaRose is going to be quick time for the LO206 beginner karts with a 14.319, and then Carter Bates within a 10th with a 14.498. In that number 99 machine.
And coming up on the track now is our Patriot Landscape Restricted Micros with 9 entries tonight.
As make their way out of the racetrack, leading them out is going to be the 37 JR of Colton Dempsey from Greens Castle, Indiana. Second car out is going to be the 55J of Cameron Jacobs from Chatham, Illinois. Also out there, the 27E of Eli Chaplin from Anderson, Indiana. Along with the 1K of Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois. Also out there, points leader in the 22, Tanner Triplett from Lincoln, Illinois, looking to extend his points lead again here over the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro field. As green flags in the air for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Hot Laps. 7 of the cars taking a time out of the 9 entries out of this class tonight. It looks like maybe a second group will come out on the racetrack. A second group being made up of 2 cars. 1 car sideways over in turn number 2 as they'll bring out the first caution of the night. That's Cameron Jacobs in the 55J. It looks like they did receive enough laps to conclude the first hot lap session for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro, so checkered's going to flaw for Colton Dempsey in that 37 JR quick times so far over Mackenzie Dowler and Cameron Jacobs. So the first hot lap session for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wheel Micro is making their way off the racetrack to allow for the second group made up of about 4 cars to make their way out on the racetrack, seeing if they can knock off that 37 JR Colton Dempsey off of quick time here in the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Hot Laps. And leading them out onto the racetrack is going to be the 10N of Mackenzie Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second car out is going to be last week's feature winner, Lydia May, in the 71N from Terre Haute, Indiana. Also out there you'll find the 8A of Adam Artman from Whitestown, Indiana, along with the 22D of Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. Rounds out the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro field as they're coming around to the green on their hot lap session. See if anybody has anything for Colton Dempsey out of that first session. And we'll see if this group's got some speed. Expect that 71M of Lydia May to have some speed. She had it last week. Mackenzie Meany immediately to the top of the charts out of the second group. Lydia May immediately goes to second as everybody else falls in line inside the top 5. On the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Hot Laps, checkered flag flies. Mackenzie Meany able to improve. And see if Lydia May can. Not quite able to improve. That will mean Mackenzie Meany is going to take quick time over Adam Artman, who is going to come in second on his final lap. Takes an improvement over Lydia May in the 71M. Rounds out the top 3 on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Hot Lap times.
And now entering the track is our Strong Elevator A class with 14 entries tonight.
Colin Shane from Sullivan, Illinois in the 87 is going to lead them out onto the racetrack. Behind him, you'll find Logan Anderson from Vincennes, Indiana in the 93. Also out there, you'll find the 36J of Jet Red Cup from Bonnetary, Missouri. Also out there, entering turn 2 will be the 103 Tia Caden Tolliver from Watertown, Wisconsin, as this group's going to come around to the green. You'll also find the 88 Tia Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois, making his way through as caution is going to come out immediately as that 36J goes up and over the berm. Jack Raycop from Bonnetary, Missouri, going up over the berm, bringing out the second caution of the night here in the hot lap sessions. So just like that, field's going to come back to green right away, though, as we're going to see who's got some speed so far tonight. It looks already like Colin Shane has brought a fast car, as he normally does here at Coles County Speedway, about a second faster over the 103T of Caden Tolliver. And now Tyler Taylor's, everybody's starting to get their speed back in their cars. Colin Shane able to hold on to that top spot for now over Tyler Taylor as they're going to come around to the white flag. Colin Shane's going to come around to the checkered flag, as he will not be able to improve as he backs out of it going down into turn 1. Colin Shane, quick time so far. See if Tyler Taylor's going to be able to knock him off. Not quite, as Colin Shane, quick time so far in the
And now the second group of the Strong Elevator A class wing entering the track now for their hot laps.
leading them out is going to be the 7 of Aiden Dice from Warsaw, Indiana. Behind him, you'll find the 27E of Eli Chaplin from Anderson, Indiana. Also out there, the 7X of Austin Burnsworth from Warsaw, Indiana. Then you'll find the 31 of Mason Miller from Noblesville, Indiana, entering turn 1. Behind him, you'll find the 2V of Stone Sharp out there. Stone Sharp from Frankfort, Oklahoma, as the field's coming around to green. You'll also find Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana, in that 07C under pressure right away from the 89 of Katie Wagner from Indianapolis, Indiana. Along with the 9070 of Larry Drake from Terre Haute, Indiana. We'll see who's fast out of this group. We've got a lot of fast cars. Stone Sharp, Austin Barnsworth finding their way inside the top 3. Aiden Dice knocks out another car out of the top 3. Colin Shane, the only car out of the first group, able to hold on to the top 3 for now, as it's a tight battle up there, top 4 within a tenth of each other as the field's coming around to the checkered flag. Looks like it will be Austin Burnsworth going to take quick time here in the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Hot Laps with a 10.683. Aiden Dice second. Colin Shane able to hold on to that third spot out of the first group. So with that will conclude the hot laps for tonight. So we'll have the King Chassis D2 Midgets coming up with their heat race here shortly. And they're going to be running an 8-class heat race tonight along with everyone else.
Got the national anthem ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our heat races here in just a couple moments. But at this time, we would like you to please rise if you can, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. And now, race fans, it's time to go racing at Coles County Speedway. Up first tonight, our first heat race will be your King Chassis D2 Midgets. The starting lineup for the King Chassis D2 Midgets will be starting first from Champaign, Illinois, number 12C, Dominic Bruns. Starting second from Mason City, Illinois, number 11, Brandon Smith. Starting third from Lexington, Illinois, number H20, Ruben Haslett. Starting fourth from Champaign, Illinois, number 12B, Patrick Bruns. And starting fifth from Tuscola, Illinois, number 3, Lucas Easton. Once again, this is your King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. Looks like there'll be a slight delay here, just a couple minutes here before we get started, but we should be underway shortly. And it looks like we have one car here, the Clayton Apple car, number 6 from Oakland, Illinois, out here to take his hot laps. And we should be underway after this.
They've been working out an issue back there in the pit area, making sure his car is okay. Yes, looks like his car it might be running at full song. It looks like he'll be able to tag on in his heat race later on tonight.
He's getting pushed, Casey. And now on the track is our King Chassis D2 Midgets. These cars have to be pushed off, so this usually takes a couple minutes longer, but this will go fairly quickly. Once again, the starting lineup will be starting first is Dominic Bruns in the 12C. Starting second is Brandon Smith in the number 11. Starting third is Ruben Haslett in the H20. Starting fourth, Patrick Bruns in the 12B. And starting fifth is Lucas Easton in the number 3.
And it looks like the field's been given the order to double up as they make their way down to turn 1. Field's going to come back together and get organized for the start of the King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. Looks like the field's going to get the 1 to go as they come around this time, meaning they're going green next time by as they make their way off turn number 4 to collect the 1 to go signal. So again, the front row being made up of Dominic Bruns and Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith looking to take the points lead tonight away from Alex Midkiff as the caution lights extinguished on the King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. As the field makes their way up to turns 3 and 4 where they're going to find the start cone. And it's going to be a good start for a couple of these drivers, and green flags in the air as Bruns down there on the bottom in the 12C. Dominic Bruns down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to keep the 11 of Brandon Smith alongside him as they're 3 wide going down to turn 1. A little bit of contact between Patrick Bruns and Brandon Smith as Dominic Bruns falling back, and now he's coming under pressure from Ruben Haslett for the 3rd spot as Brandon Smith still fighting along that outside. It looks like that outside groove isn't quite there so far tonight. Tries to pull the crossover move in turns 1 and 2. Doesn't work as now the 12C of Patrick Bruns going up to the top of the racetrack, and he's really starting to lay down lap times now. Over half a second faster than the rest of the field that last time by, and they're looking to continue that speed up as Brandon Smith really looking to try to find any way to claw his way back, but not finding it at all as Patrick Bruns extends his lead to over 1 1/4 seconds in that 12C. Excuse me, the 12B car of Patrick Bruns, not the 12C. 12C's running 3rd. That's Dominic Bruns. Ruben Haslett started to fall back away from the tail end of the 12C of Dominic Bruns, but he's looking to come and fight right back to try to take that 3rd spot away, as it will be the 12B of Patrick Bruns coming off turn 4 this time and collecting the white flag on the King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. He's making his way back through turns 1 and 2 with a 3.5 second lead over Brandon Smith as he makes his way off of turn number 4. It's that 12B. Patrick Bruns takes the King Chassis D2 Midget Heat Race. Brandon Smith coming off turn number 4 is going to finish 2nd. Has got a spin over turn number 4. This will end the race as Dominic Bruns comes across the line in 3rd. Ruben Haslett 4th. Lucas Easton went up over the berm in turn number 4 in that 3 car, and he'll finish in 5th.
And coming up next will be our high caliper graphics junior sprints. They'll have 2 heats. And your starting lineup for heat number 1 will be starting first From Ashmore, Illinois, number J16, Jasper Hellman. Starting second from North Terre Haute, Indiana, number 73S, Balin Sumner. Starting third from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. Starting fourth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Riker Sumner. Starting fifth from Tucson, Arizona, number 51, Easton Cambenzi. Starting sixth from Oakland, Illinois, number D52, Joe Bonowitz. And starting seventh from Argenta, Illinois, number 17, AJ Barber. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 1.
The junior sprint's taking a few laps to get themselves in the correct starting position for the first heat race for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints. And it looks like the first heat race for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints are lined up correctly, and with that, the caution lights will extinguish for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint heat race number 1 as the field makes their way off turn number 2. And towards the start cone over in turns 3 and 4, Jasper Hellman, Balin Sumner is going to lead the field to the start cone, and the green flag's in the air right away from the 73S of Balin Sumner. Now right away, Xander LaRose under pressure from Riker Sumner, as Sumner not quite able to keep the nose in there on the inside of that 1Z car, as Sumner will have to drop back into the third spot. 17 AJ Barber trying to make his way forward on the D52 of Joe Bonowitz. A little bit of contact, but no harm, no foul there, as everybody keeps it in the right direction. We're staying green at the completion of lap number 1. Jasper Hellman is trying to hold on to his lead over the 1Z of Xander LaRose, as Xander LaRose starting to reel him in to within 0.3 of a second off the tail end of that J16.
It looks like the 51 car of Easton Cambenzi is working his way up toward the front. He's doing a nice job out there. He's gaining on the third place car and will soon be in the mix.
And once again, battle up front between the J16, Jasper Hellman, and Xander LaRose brewing, as one car slowing off into turn 1. That's AJ Barber, and caution's going to come out just before Xander LaRose can make the move on Jasper Hellman. As that caution will come out at the completion of lap number 3 on the 8-lap heat race. AJ Barber and the 17 still stopped over there in turn 1. Looks like might need to be pushed back into the infield and or pit area, depending on the nature of the mechanical failure. Track workers looking on the left side of that car. as AJ Barber being pushed back past turns 1 and 2 in that 17 car. And it looks like AJ Barber is going to be coming to a stop down there in the infield.
Hey, can you announce that we need 4 people under there?
Attention, attention. To the spectators underneath the flag stand, please move. You cannot stand there. Under the flag stand, please move. You cannot stand there.
So the caution light's going to extinguish for Jasper Hellman and Xander LaRose as they're going to lead the field back to green over Riker Sumner, Eastern Cambenzi, Balin Sumner, and Joe Bonowitz. AJ Barber, the only non-finisher out of the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race so far, as Jasper Hellman leads the field back to green. As right away, Riker Sumner right on the tail end of the 1Z of Xander LaRose. Can't make a move down to turn 1, but Xander LaRose closes right in to the rear bumper of the J16 Jasper Hellman. Hellman slides up over in turns 3 and 4. Not enough, though, for Xander LaRose to take advantage. Now he's going to go for a big slide in turns 1 and 2, try to take a defensive line. And still, though, that J16 of Jasper Hellman still out in front over Xander LaRose in the 1Z as the top 4 under a blanket as they come down to 2 to go on the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. Xander LaRose peeking the nose in on the J16 of Jasper Hellman as they make their way off turn number 4. White flags in the air as the battle for third starting to heat up as well. As now here comes the move from the 20. Just got to stay in line, staying right on the rear bumper of the 1Z of Xander LaRose. Now they're going to be almost 3 wide down to turns 3 and 4 for the second spot as checkered flags in the air for Jasper Hellman, who's going to take the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. Xander LaRose able to hold on to that second spot over Riker Sumner. Easter Cambenzi will finish in 4th, and you'll find Balin Sumner 5th, Joe Bonowitz 6th, and AJ Barber the only non-finisher.
And coming up next will be the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2. And your starting lineup will be, starting first from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 12K, Kylie Bates. Starting second from Greenup, Illinois, number 16, Kason Hatfield. Starting third from Lovington, Illinois, number 22, Evan France. Starting fourth from Evansville, Indiana, number 110, Kaiser Kramer. Starting fifth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 10M, Madison Meany. And starting sixth from Greenup, Illinois, number 99, Brayson Hellman. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2.
And they're coming out right away to the 1 to go signal, it looks like. As field makes their way out into turn 1. Looking like for the caution lights will extinguish on the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. As once again the front row being made up, actually it looks like, of Evan France and Kason Hatfield. Looks like Kylie Bates elected to go back 1 row. As this start's going to have to be waved off. They weren't organized enough for the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. They're going to try it again as caution lights extinguish once again for the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. Once again, it'll be Evan France and Kason Hatfield are going to be on the front row as they're going to try to be a little more organized this time. Green flags in the air on the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat race. Evan France is going to have a decent-sized lead as he gets down to turn 1, but right away, here comes that 110 of Kaiser Kramer on the inside of the 22 of Evan France as they make their way back into turns 3 and 4. Kaiser Kramer trying to make that move as the Evan France able to just give him enough room down there on the bottom, and that allows that 110 of Kaiser Kramer to go through to the lead. And going to have trouble over in turn number 2. Kason Hatfield collecting the outside well off turn number 2 that time. Saw over in the hot laps. That car looked really tight off the turn number 2. Still tight. It looks like that number 16 car slaps the wall at the completion of lap number 2. Going up there, going to hit it again. As Case and Hatfield going to look like going to lose the third spot to Kylie Bays. This is going to be really tight over in turn 4, able to keep that car off the wall, and we stay green so far in the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2. As they come around to complete lap number 4, Kaiser Kramer has a decent-sized lead over Evan France. As they complete lap number 4, 2.5 second lead for that 110 machine over Kylie Bates. As well, running in the third spot, a distant 3.5 seconds back off the tail end of the the race leader Kaiser Kramer, as Evan France has got a little bit stuck on the lap traffic of the 99 of Brayson Hellman. As Field makes their way back around to complete lap number 6. Kaiser Kramer now still extending his lead in that 110 car here in the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race. 7.2 second lead now over Evan France in the 22. As Field continuing to make their way and getting a little bit more separated. Kylie Bates trying to stay on the back bumper of the 22 of Evan France. As white flag's going to be coming this time by, as once again that 16 of Case and Hatfield collects the outside wall of turn number 2. White flags in the air, though, for the 110 of Kaiser Kramer. Kramer makes his way back down to turns 3 and 4. And almost a full lap advantage. Kaiser Kramer takes heat race number 2 here on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race. And had about a 10-second lead when he collected the white flag, as Evan France making his way off turn number 4. He'll finish in second. Kylie Bates third. Case and Hatfield fourth. Brayson Hellman fifth. Madison Meany did not make the start of the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race.
And coming up next will be our Vision 1 Composites non-wing micros with 20 entries. We will have 3 heat races. And your lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from Logansport, Indiana, car number X, Mike Landis. Starting second from Greencastle, Indiana, number 18M, Andrew Morgan. Starting third from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4R, Cameron Romack. Starting fourth from St. Joseph, Illinois, number 47C, Clay Frederick. Starting fifth from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 89, Katie Wagner. Starting sixth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4, Wyatt Walters. And starting seventh from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 21V, Danny Vicino. This is your Vision 1 Composites non-wing micro heat race number 1.
Caution lights extinguished for the first Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race, first of 3. As Mike Landis and Andrew Morgan is going to lead the field up to the start cone over in turn 4. Green flags in the air. Mike Landis gets a great jump. Going to have a decent-sized lead as he gets down to turn 1. Got a car length advantage as Cameron Romack trying to slide his way in there as they're 3 wide off turn number 2. Wyatt Walters up high as he tries to make his way back around here. Takes that high side momentum, able to hold on to his spot. Now a little bit of contact there between Wyatt Walters and Katie Wagner. And now Clay Frederick going to have the nose cut off of him, off Andrew Morgan. As Andrew Morgan trying to hang on for dear life to that second spot as he falls back to third, now fourth. As Clay Frederick able to try to clear contact, right rear, left front between Andrew Morgan and Clay Frederick. Andrew Morgan drops to the tail end of the field. If we stay green, as Clay Frederick looks like maybe a little bit of damage on the right rear of that car, but no harm, no foul. As out in front, Mike Landis taking about a half-second advantage every single lap over second place, Cameron Romack. And now Romack under pressure from Clay Frederick as field comes back down to turns 1 and 2. As it's got a tight field out behind Mike Landis, who's got himself a 2.5 second lead now over the field. Completion of lap number 5. Cameron Romack still holding on to that second spot over Clay Frederick, as now he's starting to pull away from that C47. As field's going to be coming around to 2 to go this time. Wyatt Walters able to clear that 21 via Danny Vicino. Vicino trying to fight back on the outside. Vicino gets his nose chopped off from Wyatt Walters as they go back down to turn 4. White flags in the air for Mike Landis in the field. Mike Landis with a 4-second lead comes off turn number 4. Mike Landis and the X takes the checkered flag on the Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race 1. And the battle for second is going to come right down to the line. Clay Frederick's going to get it over Cameron Romack by 0.06 of a second. So Cameron Romack finishes in third, Clay Frederick second, Katie Wagner fourth, Wyatt Walters fifth, Danny Vicino sixth, and Andrew Morgan finishes in seventh.
Now coming up next will be our Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro heat race number 2, and your starting lineup will be starting first from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 14A, Aliyah Ohab. Starting second from Noblesville, Indiana, number 31, Mason Miller. Starting third from Albuquerque, New Mexico, number 17J, Jacob Johnston. Starting fourth from Arthur, Illinois, number 3S, Brody Strong. Starting fifth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 12, Dawson Wright. Starting sixth from Phoenix, Arizona, number 3, Drew Sherman. And starting seventh from Oakland, Illinois, number 6, Clayton Apple. Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 2.
We're going to be trying to give them the one-to-go signal this time as the field comes together. And they will get the one-to-go signal this time, so caution lights extinguished for the second Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Once again, another 8-lap heat as Aliyah Ohab and Mason Miller make their way up to the start cone in turn number 4. And green flags in the air on the second Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Ohab going to be under pressure right away as she's going to lose second and even third right away off the initial start as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. Mason Miller got himself a really good race car tonight, but right behind him, Brody Strong in that 3S got himself a good car as well. Ohab's finally able to fall in line in the 4th spot as she finds her way back up to the top of the racetrack. Heavy contact down there in turns 1 and 2. One car goes around, and the caution's going to fly. That's the 17J of Jacob Johnston going for a spin down there in turn 3. A little bit of contact made with the 12 of Dawson Wright. Sends that number 17J car around. So 2 laps in the books. And actually, it looks like you're going to go back 1 lap as like scoring was not able to catch the caution fast enough. So 1 lap complete on the 8-lap heat 2 for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros.
And that crash was just from the field fighting hard to get up through the field up toward the front.
So the caution lights extinguish as Mason Miller and Brody Strong going to be leading the field back to green. You'll find Drew Sherman in the 3rd spot behind them. Green flags back in the air on the second heat race for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. Brody Strong throws a big slider down in turn 1. Doesn't work that time. Tries to catch the rear end of the car from him as they're 3 wide for the lead as they make their way back down to turns 3 and 4. As that will be Drew Sherman. Not enough to stay alongside as they come off of turn number 4. As the rest of the field starting to fall in line behind them. Drew Sherman going to try to throw a big slider down here in turns 3 and 4. Doesn't work that time. Brody Strong holds on to second. And an issue in the tail end of the field for the 17J of Jacob Johnson. He's trying to bowl down to the infield as he just about will stay green. As out in front, still that 31 of Mason Miller extending his lead out to half a second over second place Brody Strong and Drew Sherman. Drew Sherman got himself normally a pretty quick race car in here at Coles County Speedway, taking that high groove, takes a big move down there, turns 3 and 4. Something amiss on the Brody Strong car, just missed the tail end of the corner, and Drew Sherman goes on by about 0.3 of a second faster than Mason Miller that time. But white flags in the air for that 31 machine of Mason Miller as he's got himself a 0.6 of a second advantage over Drew Sherman in second as he makes their way back through turns 3 and 4. Drew Sherman's there, but it's not quite enough as checker flag falls for Mason Miller here in the second Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Drew Sherman finishes in second, just 0.3 back. Then you'll find Brody Strong another half second back in third. Then you'll find Aliyah Ohab in fourth, Clayton Apple fifth, Dawson Wright sixth, and Jacob Johnson, the only non-finisher.
And coming up next will be our third and final heat race for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. And your starting lineup will be starting first in car number 09, Jace Clark. Starting second from Frankfort, Indiana, number 2V, Stone Sharp. Starting third from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting fourth from Lombard, Illinois, number 88, Jacob Van Wazer. Starting fifth from Warsaw, Indiana, in the 7X, Austin Burnworth. And starting sixth from Charleston, Illinois, in his first ever race, number 18R, Corey Bentz. Your Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 3.
So the field's going to try to come out right away to the one-to-go signal. To see if they're going to be organized just enough, it looks like, to try to make their way out to the one-to-go signal. As field just about able to be double file as the caution lights extinguish. Maybe not, maybe an issue for it looked like the 4th place starter of Jacob Von Wazer has been able to get that car refired. An issue, it looked like, down in turn 1 with the caution lights extinguished still. As field makes their way to the start cone, Jace Clark, Stone Sharp leads the field to green. One car going up over the berm off the initial start. As everybody able to keep it going in the right direction. Green flags in the air, though, for the Vision 1 Composite Nightwing Micro Heat Race number 3 as the field makes their way down there. Corey Benson, issue with that car, and the caution's going to come out.
I don't know if he had a tire down or the car just didn't turn, but it just went straight through that corner.
Yeah, Kevin, it looked like as he went down there, something broke on the right front of that car. That car just went straight towards the outside wall over in turn 4.
We see him moving around the car. He appears to be okay. They're going to try to get him straightened out here, and we'll see if he can continue on.
Yeah, it looks like not a good sign. The wrecker's coming out. Something definitely broken on the front end of that race car as he went down there to turn 4. Or turns 3 and 4. The car started to turn, and then it looks like something maybe broke loose, and fortunately might be getting into that night for that number 18R machine of Corey Bentz.
And while we're waiting for the car of Corey Benz to be cleared off the track, we have a couple announcements here for those of you in the grandstands. Please stay back from all fences during races. We are not responsible for injuries, and this is a dangerous area. There's all kinds of debris and everything coming off the car, so please stay back from the fences while racing's going on. Also, the yellow painted areas on the grandstands are aisles and need to be kept clear. No sitting in the yellow painted areas. Thank you.
So with that, it'll be a full race restart as the field's going to come around to the 1 to go signal. This time by. So 1 to go signal coming back to the 3rd Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race as the caution lights will extinguish as once again Jace Clark and Stone Sharp will make up the front row. Behind them you'll find Nolan Bartley, Jacob Von Wazer, and Austin Barnsworth will make up the remaining part of Heat 3 of the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micros. Green flags back in the air. A couple cars going right up towards the outside wall. A little bit of contact there between Bartley and Barnsworth. It looks like, or excuse me, it'd be Wazer. As they're 3 wide through turns 3 and 4 for the 2nd spot. As that number 7F, Nolan Bartley, took a 3 wide middle, and he's going to find himself an advantage. And 2nd gets loose over in turns 1 and 2. He just made a big move to try to take that 2nd spot away, and he did, but loses control of the race car over in turns 1 and 2. And he falls back into the 4th position. Now he's going to try to make his way back forward around the 09 of Jace Clark's as Stone Sharp still out in front over the field. That 2V looks really good out there tonight. That's the Stone Sharp's car. As now 7F and Nolan Bartley throws the slider on the 09 of Jace Clark for the 3rd spot. Clark falling back in line, falls into the 4th spot. As that number 7F and Nolan Bartley now with a really good race car up to 3rd. Not quite enough time, though, to try to chase down the 2 race leaders of Stone Sharp and Austin Barnsworth, though. As those front 2 keeping each other right there with each other. Barnsworth was about 0.2 of a second faster that last time around. 2 to go for the Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 3. Still side by side further back in the field as Clark drops even further back in the field. White flags in the air this time for Stone Sharp and Austin Barnsworth as they're going to be side by side back to 1. Big slider from Barnsworth there. Doesn't stick, though, in turns 1 and 2. He's going to try it again down in turns 3 and 4. But Stone Sharp takes an offensive line, and checker flags in the air for Stone Sharp. here on the third Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Austin Burns was second. Nolan Bartley finishes in third. Jacob Von Vaser will finish in fourth. Chase Clark's fifth. And Corey Bentz, the only non-finisher out of the third Division 1 Composite Non-Wing Micro Heat Race.
And coming up next is our LO 206 beginner up to 8-year-old carts. We have 2 entries tonight. Your starting lineup will be starting first from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 99, Carter Bates. And starting second from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. The yellow light is out, and John Shipman will give them the green flag next time around.
Carter Bates and Xander LaRose approaching the start cone over in turn number 4 as they're coming around looking for the green flag, and green flags in the air on the LO 206 beginner kart heat race. Right away, Xander LaRose around the outside takes the lead away from Carter Bates as they make their way through turns 1 and 2 that time. And Xander LaRose already extending himself to a 7/10 of a second advantage over Carter Bates in the 99 car, but Carter Bates starting to claw that back just a little bit down there in turns 1 and 2 that time. Seeing if he can claw a little bit more back here in turns 3 and 4. Not quite, as Xander LaRose extends out another 1/10 of a second out to 8/10 advantage over the 99 of Carter Bates. And now Xander LaRose still looking to improve on his lap times. He still is now almost a full second over Carter Bates in second. As Xander LaRose with now a second advantage as they make their way back down to turns 3 and 4. But Carter Bates started to claw that lap time back, still about a second, but held even that time to the rear bumper of the 1Z of Xander LaRose. And now Carter Bates starting to reel Xander LaRose back in, as now he's got his gap back down to under a full second behind that 1Z. Coming that 99 car, Carter Bates finding some speed late in the LO 206 heat race. They're coming around right away, though, to the white flag, this time by Xander LaRose. Takes the white flag over Carter Bates. As LaRose able to extend his lead back out to just over a full second over Carter Bates. Xander LaRose, though, coming his way back off through turns 3 and 4. And Xander LaRose takes the LO 206 beginner heat race as Carter Bates finishes in second, about a second back of the 1Z of Xander LaRose.
And coming up next is our Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Heat Races. We have 9 entries, so we'll have 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 71M, Lydia May. Starting second from Greencastle, Indiana, number 37JR, Colton Dempsey. Starting third from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 10M, Mackenzie Meany. Starting fourth from Anderson, Indiana, number 27E, Eli Chaplin. And starting fifth from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. This is your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Heat Race number 1 at Coast. County Speedway.
Last week's feature winner, Lydia May, starting on the front row here in her heat race tonight, alongside Colton Dempsey, as she gets a great jump, and she'll have a huge lead going down to turn one. Lydia May with a big advantage over the field. She's got a lot of good cars behind her. She got loose, though, off turn number 2. Lost a little bit of that advantage, and now behind her, the 10 in of Mackenzie Meany, normally a fast driver here at Coles County Speedway. That's going to be tough competition for the 71M of Lydia May to keep behind her, as the rest of the field battling it out behind them. Tanner Triplett, who is the points leader in this class, just trying to keep his car clean so he can continue racing on in tonight's feature. Backed out of a situation there, as now the 27 Eli Chaplin to the inside of the 37 GR. Colton Dempsey taking that third spot away. But Lydia May out in front, doing like just she did last week, about a second advantage over second place Mackenzie Meany as they complete lap number 3 on this first Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. That 71 in on Lydia May looks good once again, just like last week. Tanner Triplett, though, starting to find his groove. Gets to the inside of Colton Dempsey as the field makes their way back down through turns 3 and 4. Tanner Triplett just trying to keep his nose clean. Doesn't want to take a risky move on the 37 JR Colton Dempsey. Dempsey gets sideways down in turns 1 and 2, and Tanner Triplett goes by for the 4th spot. Still, Lydia May with about a second advantage now over Mackenzie Meany and Eli Chaplin. As those two battle behind her, Tanner Triplett starting now to find his groove. Running about 0.4 of a second faster than race leader Lydia May, as she'll take the white flag this time. Tanner Triplett really finding his marks now. He's got himself a very fast race car, about 0.4 of a second faster than race leader Lydia May, as she'll come around and collect the checkered flag. Lydia May takes the first Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. Mackenzie Meany finishes in 2nd, Eli Chaplin 3rd, Tanner Triplett 4th, and Colton Dempsey will finish in 5th.
And coming up next will be our second heat race for the Patriot Landscape Restricted Micros. Your starting lineup will be, starting first from Marine, Illinois, number 22D, Dalton Clary. Starting second from Springfield, Illinois, number 1K, Mackenzie Dowler. Starting third from Whitestown, Indiana, number 8A, Adam Artman. And Scrow's heat race number 2.
Field's going to be coming out looking for the one-to-go signal right away, as we have been all night long, as Field's going to have to get themselves organized, and it looks like they will be able to do that, as the caution lights will extinguish as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. As once again, Dalton Clary and Mackenzie Dowler make it up the front row over Adam Artman and Cameron Jacobs, as the field makes their way up to the start cone in turn number 4. And green flags in the air on the second Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Heat Race, as right away Mackenzie Dowler trying to make that move, a lot of bumping and banging, as Dalton Clary able to hold on to his lead out in front over Mackenzie Dowler and Adam Artland and Cameron Jacobs, as the field stays their way they started through lap number 1. Field making their way back off turn number 4. That 22D, Dalton Clary, got himself a good lap time, about 0.3 of a second faster than second place Mackenzie Dowler, who's starting to come under pressure from Adam Artman behind her. Cameron Jacobs just sitting in line in the 4th spot, trying to see if he can maybe force a mistake out of the 2 cars in front of him. Dalton Clary, though, still got himself a really good race car, improved on his lap time once again to an 11.5-second lap, as now Dowler under pressure from Artman, as Adam Artman goes through to 2nd through turns 3 and 4 that time. Now a 2.5 advantage for Dalton Clary as he makes his way back through turns 3 and 4 this time by. Dalton Clary at the completion of lap number 6 as they come around. As now Mackenzie Dowler still fading back, as Cameron Jacobs now starting to make a move for that 3rd spot on Dowler, as Clary with about a 2-second advantage over Adam Artman. White flags in the air for that 22D of Dalton Clary. Dowler really loose off turn number 4 that time. But Dalton Clary with a 2-second advantage as he works his way off through turns 3 and 4 is going to take the second Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race. Adam Artman finishes in 2nd, Mackenzie Dowler 3rd, Cameron Jacobs in 4th. Here on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Heat Race number 2.
And coming up next will be Strong Elevator A-Class Wing. We have 14 entries. We'll have 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from Warsaw, Indiana, number 7X, Austin Burnworth. Starting second from Danville, Illinois, number 88T, Tyler Taylor. Starting third from Noblesville, Indiana, number 31, Mason Miller. Starting fourth from Sullivan, Illinois, number 87, Colin Shane. Starting fifth from Vincennes, Indiana, number 93, Logan Anderson. Starting sixth from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 89, Katie Wagner. And starting seventh from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 21V, Danny Vicino. This is a Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Heat Race number 1. They get the 1-to-go signal from our flagman, John Shipman, and should go green this time around.
So the caution lights will extinguish after confirming the order was correct with the tower. As caution lights extinguished, it will be Austin Burnsworth and Tyler Taylor will make the field to the start cone over in turn 4. And green flags in the air on the first Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Heat Race. Colin Shane making moves already from the high side down to the bottom and almost slides right into Tyler Taylor as he takes away the 3rd spot from Mason Miller as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. And now the field's starting to stretch out as they find their way back through turns 1 and 2. Colin Shane looking to the inside of Tyler Taylor for the 2nd spot as they make their way through turns 3 and 4 that time. Shane does not look like he has himself as good of a race car over in turn 1 and 2 as Taylor does. Taylor able to extend his gap over Shane through 1 and 2. Shane able to claw back in 3 and 4. Now Vicino trying to pull off a move on Logan Anderson for the 5th spot. Further back as that move's not going to work out. Still that battle for 3rd now starting to heat up between Mason Miller and Colin Shane. Miller started to get to his inside. Wasn't quite enough that time by. But out in front, that 7X of Austin Burnsworth with a 2.5 second advantage over 2nd place Tyler Taylor and about half a second advantage over the rest of the field each lap. Tyler Taylor making his way back around the racetrack in the 2nd spot. 3 seconds is the advantage for Austin Burnsworth as he comes around collecting the white flag this time by in that 7X machine as the battle for 3rd still ongoing way back in the pack as through turns 3 and 4 comes that 7X of Austin Burnsworth. Checkered flags for Burnsworth here on the first heat race for the Strong Elevator A-Class Wings. 2nd place going to come to Tyler Taylor in the 88T. Colin Shane 3rd. And that 87 machine, Mason Miller 4th, Logan Anderson 5th, Danny Vicino 6th, and Katie Wagner will finish in 7th.
And coming up next will be our 2nd heat race for the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Division. Will also conclude the heat races for the evening. So your starting lineup will be starting first from Bon Terre, Missouri, number 36J, Jet Reckhop. Starting second from Warsaw, Indiana, number 7, Aiden Dice. Starting third from Frankfort, Oklahoma, number 2V, Stone Sharp. Starting fourth from Anderson, Indiana, number 27E, Eli Chaplin. Starting fifth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 97D, Larry Drake. Starting sixth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 07C, Audra Cowden. And starting seventh from Watertown, Wisconsin, number 103T, Caden Tolliver. Your Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2.
Caution lights extinguished for the 2nd Strong Elevator A-Class Wing Heat Race as Jet Reckhop and Aiden Dice going to lead the field up to the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. As field looking for the green flag this time by. Green flag is going to come for the field as Aiden Dice on the outside going to try to take that lead away from Reckhop as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. He will as a lot of contact in the mid-pack. So everybody trying to find advantage as everybody's getting held up, it looks like, by that 36J Jet Reckhop as field makes their way through turns 1 and 2. Stone Sharp trying to make his way forward. Larry Drake gets cut off by Eli Chaplin as they make their way through turns 3 and 4. Larry Drake making that high side work, trying to get to the outside. Eli Chaplin again gets cut off. Larry Drake's maybe starting to get a little bit frustrated. Sees he dives it down the inside. He doesn't. He stays in line behind that 27 E-Machine as caution's going to come out.
We have a collision.
And it looks like maybe a bumper came off of the 97D car, Larry Drake. It may have been the rear bumper off of Jet Redcop's car.
It does appear to be the rear bumper off the 36.
So the caution lights are on, bringing out the first caution here in the Strong Loader A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. Just nowhere for that 97D of Larry Drake to go, with Jet Redcop in front of him as he had come to a stop right in front of him. Nowhere to go for that 97D machine as he had a car on his outside as well. And it looks like Larry Drake going to be headed back towards the pit area. Maybe a little bit too much damage on that race car to continue, as it looks like he talked to the track workers a little bit. Track workers still working on Redcop's car. Over in turn 4. Seeing if they can get that car somewhat pieced back together to get that car pulled back to the pit area. And it looks like track workers is going to be directing the field through the infield section as they clean up the incident over in turn 4.
And while we wait, we'd like to remind everybody one more time that please stay back from all our aisles and need to be kept clear so people can get up and down the aisle with the handrails. There is no sitting in the yellow painted area. Thank you.
And during this short break in the action, we'd once again like to thank the sponsors of Coles County Speedway, which makes the racing possible every week here. Tomahawk Roofing Contractors, LLC, Fuka Tree Service, Hanning Racing Components, Victory Fuel, Chemstream Race Fuel, RS12 Motorsports, Spartan Transportation, High Caliber Graphics, Dirt 2 Media, King Chassis, Hyper Racing, K1 Race Gear, Vision 1 Composites, Patriot Landscaping, Strong Elevator, Burromax Pit Bikes, Strong Bookkeeping Solutions, Napa Know-How of Mattoon Neoga, and Duncan Windows, along with Cole Lumber Incorporated.
Never paid for the admission tonight. It's hard to see. I don't know.
And we'd also like to thank Cleveland Grain Systems Incorporated for the free general admission for the rest of the year through the non-national and special events. And we'd also like to thank SRL Media and Designs for taking the awesome photos you'll find on Coles County Speedway Facebook page and for allowing us to get some amazing photos out there of the racing every single week. It's media design.
And yes, I do. And you can go over to the Facebook page anytime you want at Coles County Speedway to see these photos. They're usually posted right after each race.
And just like that, we're coming back green. Aiden Dice is going to lead the field back to green as green flags back in the air on the second strong leader A-Class Wing Heat Race. He's got himself a good-sized lead as he makes his way through turns 1 and 2. Stone Sharp in second. Going to see if he could have anything for that number 7 at Aiden Dice, as Aiden Dice had himself about a 2-second advantage at the time of the caution. Stone Sharp looking like he might be a little bit hanging on there within 0.2 of a second every lap. Is that number 2V car on Aiden Dice. But Aiden Dice himself is improving as now Eli Chaplin is in the third spot under pressure from Caden Tolliver. It looked like he may have had a bad lap that last time by. That's the front two getting away from the field as Caden Tolliver looking for that third spot on Eli Chaplin. Eli Chaplin still holding that bottom defensive line, holding on to that third spot over the 103T of Caden Tolliver as they make their way back through turns 1 and 2. Tolliver trying that high side out as white flags being shown to Aiden Dice in the race lead as the leaders make their way back through turns 1 and 2. Aiden Dice in the 7 is going to make his way off of turns 3 and 4 on the high side as Aiden Dice takes the second strong over to A-Class Wing Heat Race over Stone Sharp. And coming off turn number 4, it'll be the 2078 Eli Chaplin holding on to the third spot over Caden Tolliver. Audra Cowden will finish in 5th. Jack Reckhop and Larry Drake, the two non-finishers on the second strong over A-Class Wing Heat Race.
And that will conclude our heat races for the night. We'll now take an intermission to set the field, work on the track, give the drivers a chance to tune on their cars. And while we're taking this break, please take the opportunity to go visit our concession stand down here in turn 4, the 2-story brown building down there. They have a lot of great food and drink down there. And just on the north side of our concession stand is the Coles County Speedway merchandise shed. Go down there and get all your Coles County Speedway apparel, stickers, cups, can koozies, hats. They have a lot of really nice items down there, so make sure you go down there and check that out. Thank you.
And with that, rolling out onto the racetrack now are the King Chassis D2 Midgets for the first feature of the night. A 20-lap feature for the 5 King Chassis D2 Midget entries tonight. Starting on the pole is going to be Patrick Bruns in the 12B from Champaign, Illinois. Alongside him will be Brandon Smith in the 11 from Mason City, Illinois. Starting in third is going to be Dominic Bruns in the 12C from Champaign, Illinois. And starting fourth, going to be Ruben Haslett in the H20 from Lexington, Illinois. And starting fifth and rounding out the King Chassis D2 Midget field is going to be Lucas Easton from Tuscola, Illinois in the 3. So I'm going to take just a short minute to get all these cars fired, and then going to give them a few laps to get some engine heat in these D2 Midgets and make sure they can put on a good show tonight for their 20-lap feature.
Check, 1, 2, 3.
So the driver's given the thumbs up. They're going to be doubling up this time by looking for the 1 to go signal. Looks like they may get it this time. It looks like not quite. Going to give them, looks like one more lap to go around. The field's going to work off turn number 2, looking for the 1 to go signal as they come around through turns 3 and 4. And with that, the field will receive the 1 to go signal as the caution lights extinguish for the King Chassis D2 Midget field. As once again, it'll be Patrick Bruns, Brandon Smith, the front row. Behind them, Dominic Bruns, Ruben Haslett, and Lucas Easton rounding out the King Chassis D2 Midget field as the field makes their way up to turns 3 and 4 where they'll find the start cone. As looking for a good jump, going to be the outside row. Green flags in the air in the King Chassis D2 Midget field. Brandon Smith trying to get himself a great jump as he makes his way through turns 1 and 2. Not quite good enough. Tries to pull the crossover move on the race leader 12B. Patrick Bruns didn't quite work that time, though. Ruben Haslett able to hold on to third as it looks like Dominic Bruns, maybe with an issue through 1 and 2. Able to keep his car headed in the right direction and not into the side of the H20 as that H20 goes through to second. Brandon Smith starting to fight back on the inside, not enough. Ruben Haslett, though, has got himself a fast race car within a 1/10 of a second in lap times of Patrick Bruns out in front of him. He's got about half a second to try to make up in that H20 machine. Ruben Haslett trying to make his way forward, choosing the bottom of the racetrack this time as they come back around. Brandon Smith now under pressure from Dominic Bruns for the third spot as field makes their way back through turns 1 and 2. Bruns on the inside. Dominic Bruns trying to make his way through the 11 of Brandon Smith. Can't quite make that move in turns 3 and 4 that time. Patrick Bruns, though, extending his lead out to over a second over Ruben Haslett in second place as they come around complete lap number 6. Brandon Smith still in third, trying to hold off Dominic Bruns, who's right behind him, turning about lap times about a 1/10 in him, and now here he comes down to the inside. Dominic Bruns into turns 1 and 2. Not quite going to stick down there that time for that 12C machine. Now he's going to try it again down here in turns 3 and 4. Doesn't quite work down there either. Brandon Smith able to hold on to third for now. Patrick Bruns, Ruben Haslett, Brandon Smith, the top three. Brandon Smith, though, under pressure still from Dominic Bruns, as Bruns trying to find his way down on the bottom of the racetrack. Dominic really trying to make that move work down there. Now he's going to try to throw it down here in turns 3 and 4, trying to get alongside Brandon Smith. Smith on the outside, Dominic Bruns on the inside as they make their way back down to turns 1 and 2. Doesn't stick down there either, but Dominic Bruns keeping the nose in there as out in front. Patrick Bruns still holding on to a 3-second advantage over Ruben Haslett in second. And then wait another 2 seconds so you can find Brandon Smith and Dominic Bruns battling it out, and then Lucas Easton running in 5th. Field still making their way around, everybody's starting to find their groove as now Dominic Bruns starting to make that move, trying to make the move work on the bottom. Lucas Easton going around at turn 4. Caution's going to come out for the first time here at the completion of lap 13 on the King Chassis D2 Midget feature. Looks like Lucas Easton might need a little help getting refired over in turns 3 and 4. He's trying to get that car rolling, trying to keep it not stalled as he's going to be able to get rolling. And looks like he'll have to join back in on the tail end of the pack. Looks like he might go through the infield. As restart will be Patrick Bruns over Ruben Haslett for first and second. Brandon Smith will restart third. Dominic Bruns fourth. Lucas Easton will restart in 5th as the field comes around to the 1-to-go signal. So caution lights extinguished once again for the King Chassis D2 Midget field. As Patrick Bruns, Ruben Haslett, and Brandon Smith, once again the top three as they make their way up towards the restart cone in turns 3 and 4. Patrick Bruns rigs the field up high and looking to dive at the restart cone. Oh, he's staying all the way up at the top of the racetrack, takes his time, and green flags in the air once again on the King Chassis D2 Midget feature. That allows Brandon Smith to try to take advantage of a good restart there from Patrick Bruns. And now Brandon Smith to the inside of Ruben Haslett for second. Doesn't stick down there that time. As now Brandon Smith going to have to start defending from Dominic Bruns behind him. As everybody single files down as they come around and complete the second lap of the restart. And lap 14 overall. Patrick Bruns extending his race lead over Ruben Haslett by over half a second. Really making that high side work in that 12B. As his lap time's now 0.4 of a second faster than second place. And he's got now a full second advantage over Ruben Haslett. As he's going to come around, complete lap number 16, 3 to go for that number 12B machine. Brandon Smith, though, trying to make his way time in that 12B machine. He's got about a 2-second advantage over Ruben Haslett behind him as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. That 12B machine of Patrick Bruns coming through turns 3 and 4. And the checker flags in the air for Patrick Bruns, your King Chassis D2 Midget feature winner. Ruben Haslett will finish in second. Brandon Smith third. Dominic Bruns fourth. Lucas Easton will finish in 5th as Patrick Bruns will make his way down to Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time this year in a King Chassis D2 Midget. His previous best finish here at Coles County was on June 29th, where he finished second in the King Chassis D2 Midget. His other official start was on July 13th when the Mar Midgets came to town, where he finished 8th. And so Patrick Bruns will make his way into Coles County Speedway victory lane. We'll be joined by our pit lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, he's up now of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Patrick Bruns, D2 Midget feature winner. right, Patrick's down here congratulating his crew down here. Patrick, car looked really good tonight. So did the driver, I guess. I mean, you get some of the credit, right? I noticed a little later in the race you kind of went up a little higher in the turns. What can you tell me about that?
You know, first off, I got to thank Matt Durbin for giving me an opportunity. Matt and Wayne gave us a really good car. And tonight we had some truck trouble getting here, and I got to thank Jeff Beasley with Clay Dooley from Champaign. He's up there in the stands right now. So without him, we wouldn't even made it here tonight.
Excellent. Good.
It's all Matt Durbin. I mean, this guy right here, if you knew what he went through, for him to be standing right now, he got hurt in a car accident, and he's standing in victory lane. So let's give him a big standing ovation. He's the winner tonight.
Absolutely. On your feet. Thank you.
Thank you for all the fans coming out. I like what Brian's doing with this place. I want to see it for a long time to come.
Absolutely. He's done miracles here so far. All right. Once again, that was Patrick Bruns, your King Chassis D2 Midget feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
And with Patrick Bruns leaving the racetrack as a feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway, that allowed for the high caliber graphic junior sprints to make their way out onto the racetrack for their feature. Starting on the pole is going to be the 110, Kaiser Kramer from Evansville, Indiana. And alongside him is going to be Jasper Hellman in the J16 from Ashmore, Illinois. Starting in third is going to be Xander LaRose in the 1Z from Festus, Missouri. And starting fourth in the 22 is going to be Evan Franz from Lovington, Illinois. Rounding out the top five is Riker Sumner from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 20, with Eastern Cambency in the 51 from Tucson, Arizona, starting in sixth. Kylie Bates in the 12K from Hillsborough, Missouri, starts seventh, with Brayson Hellman in the 99 from Greenup, Illinois, starting in eighth. Kaysen Hatfield in the 16 from Greenup, Illinois, starts ninth, with Balin Sumner in the 73S from North Terre Haute, Indiana, rounding out the top 10. It looks like a little surprise out here for you race fans tonight. Going to have, it looks like Scott Plew in a vintage sprint car. Going to take a couple laps here before the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Joe Bonowitz in the D52 from Oakland, Illinois will start 11th in the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature, alongside AJ Barber from Argenta, Illinois in the 17, and Madison Meany in the 10N from Terre Haute, Indiana will start in 13th. Here the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature field. And with that, the high caliber graphic junior sprints making their way out onto the racetrack for their 15-lap feature tonight. The field's going to be coming around to the 1-to-go signal this time by. It's a 13-car field. Like every single one of them made it out here for their feature tonight in the high caliber graphic junior sprints as the caution lights will extinguish on the 15-lap feature. As once again, it will be Kaiser Kramer, Jasper Hellman leading the field to green on the front row. As field makes their way up to the start cone in turns 3 and 4. The high caliber graphic junior sprint feature is underway. The field navigates through turns 1 and 2, 3 wide further back off the initial start. One of those cars able to get that car back up to speed at the tail end of the field as away from Riker Sumner as Sumner making her way forward very quickly in that number 20. Riker Sumner has a very quick car tonight. I don't think they're going to have anything for the 110 of Kaiser Kramer, as Kramer just had a very good race car all night long, and that streak looks like it might be continuing. About a half a corner advantage for that 110 car over the 20. And now Kaiser Kramer looking to extend that out to about a full straightaway. Kramer got a little sideways off turn number 4 that time. He starts to navigate lap traffic. Jasper Hellman with an issue pulls down to the infield. And that will end Jasper Hellman's night here in the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Field 1 car is really high off the corner, and the caution's going to come out as you're going to have the 99 of Brayson Hellman go to a stop over in turn number 2. As that will be the first caution for the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature field tonight. The field's going to have to get reorganized. Left car's going to have to get around the leaders, as Kaiser Kramer will be the leader over the 20 of Riker Sumner. As Xander LaRose will be restarting 3rd, with Easton Cambency restarting 4th, it looks like. The field's going to have to get organized as the leader is going to go around the lapped cars. Yeah, it looks like AJ Barber is going to be rounding out the top 5 on the restart. Looks like the 22 of Evan France with an issue came to a stop off of turn number 4 and able to get that car rolling once again. It sounds like the tower is going to try to bring the field to a stop to try to get the field into the correct position for the restart. It looks like the 17 of AJ Barber with an issue coming to a stop up in turn 3. Track worker is going to try to get AJ Barber's car refired. And it looks like AJ Barber with a terminal issue pulling back towards the pit area. And that will end the number 17's night. Early here on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. So Jasper Hellman, the only other non-finisher so far alongside AJ Barber. As the field's coming around to the 1 to go signal once again on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Kaiser Kramer going to be being in control of the field as they come back towards the restart cone. Riker Sumner behind Kaiser Kramer looking to try to take advantage off this restart, and green flags back in the air on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature field as Kaiser Kramer going to try to extend a lead back out over Riker Sumner as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. Sumner able to stay right there with the 110 of Kaiser Kramer. Kramer, though, trying to pull away. Looks like Kaiser Kramer will be able to pull away just a little bit this time by. Kaiser Kramer right now leading over Riker Sumner and Xander LaRose as they make their way off turns number 3 and 4. As top 5 still mostly under a blanket. As the 51 Easton Cambency holding on to 4th over the 10 in Madison Meany, who herself started in last of this race, making her way up to 5th. 13th to 5th, pretty good night for that 10 in machine Madison Meany. Still out in front, Kaiser Kramer leading over Riker Sumner as they start getting into lap traffic just a little bit. As field trying to manage this nicely as Xander LaRose is going to get passed by the 51 of Easton Cambency. Cambency able to take advantage of the slower car and get around the 1Z of Xander LaRose. As now LaRose trying to take that inside line as one car catching the outside wall off turn number 2. Again, that's the 16 of Case and Hatfill. Now the field trying to make their way, manage this lap traffic once again. Madison Meany is going to go around the outside. They're going to split the lap traffic 3 wide off turn number 2. And Madison Meany not going to be able to make a move on the 1Z of Xander LaRose for 4th. 2 to go, though, for the 110 of Kaiser Kramer as he comes off turn number 2 this time. And Madison Meany down to the inside of Xander LaRose off turn number 2. Didn't work that time. White flags in the air, though, for Kaiser Kramer as they're 3 wide in front of him. Not something he wants to see with Riker Sumner about half a straightaway behind him as he doesn't need to pass these cars as he's going to come around off turn number 4. Kaiser Kramer takes the checkered flag on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. And the second place will go to the 20 of Riker Sumner. And it looks like third's going to go to the 51 of Easton Cambency. So Kaiser Kramer working his way into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time this year, where he'll be joined by, once again, our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, he's getting out of this car. Let's give a big round of applause to your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature winner, Kaiser Kramer, the Rocket Kid. Woo. Got the whole crew down here. Kaiser's opening up his can of Victory Fuel Throttle Punch down here, enjoying a nice cold drink. Kaiser, your car looked really fast tonight. Looked like you were on a good line out there.
Yeah, I just had to keep on going to my line, and then I would just do what I just did.
Yep, it looked good the whole way. You have any sponsors, anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, Martin's Auto Care, Swift Motorsports, Up on the Hill Event and Rentals, Joe Beer, CB Design, Acello, Performance. Well, I can't see the rest of Performance, but to them too, and Young's Auto Body especially, and if any other sponsors I missed, them too.
Alrighty. How long you been racing?
Maybe 4 years.
4 years. How old are you?
9.
You're doing very well. You got a bright future in front of you. You're welcome. All right, everybody. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to Kaiser Kramer, your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Race feature winner at Coles County Speedway.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. King Chassis D2 midget drivers, your checks are ready down in the pit shed. The King Chassis D2 midget drivers, your checks are ready down in the pit shed. Feature tonight, there are 20 entries, 20 laps for Division 1 Composite non-wing micros. Drew Sherman in the 3 from Phoenix, Arizona starts on the pole. Alongside him, Austin Burnsworth in the 7X from Warsaw, Indiana starts in second. Starting third is going to be Mason Miller from Noblesville, Indiana. In the 31, Stone Sharp from Frankfort, Indiana. In the 2V starts fourth. Clay Frederick in the 47C from St. Joseph, Illinois starts fifth. Mike Landis in the X starts sixth. Brody Strong in the 3S starts seventh, with Cameron Romack in the 4R starting eighth. Nolan Bartley in the 7F starts ninth, with Katie Wagner in the 89 starting in 10th. Clayton Apple in the 6 starts in 11th. Jacob Von Wazer in the 88 starts 12th, with Wyatt Walters in the 4 starting in 13th. Elia Ohab in the 14A starts 14th. Danny Vecino in the 21B starts 15th. Jace Clark in the 09 starts 16th. Starting 17th, Dawson Wright in the 12. Jacob Johnson in the 17J starts in 18th. And Andrew Morgan in the 18M will start 19th. And Corey Bentz, the one car that will not make the start of the Division 1 Composite non-wing micro feature tonight. Like Towers looking over the starting positions, making sure all the drivers are in their correct spots. And the thumbs up has been given from the tower. The field's going to be coming around to the 1 to go signal next time by. As Division 1 Composite non-wing micros coming around to the 1 to go signal. Once again, it'll be Drew Sherman, Austin Burnsworth, the front row, as they make their way up through the 1 to go signal as the field makes their way through turns 1 and 2. 20-lap feature for the Division 1 Composite non-wing micros as Drew Sherman, Austin Burnsworth makes them up to the start cone. And green flags in the air on the Division 1 Composite non-wing micro. Falling back off the initial start up on the very high side of the racetrack. There's still 3 wide back there. as everybody trying to find themselves some room to find some lap time, trying to put some lap time down. There's still 3 wide, back and back. One car going up and over big time. This will be a red flag. That's the 89. That went up and over. That's Katie Wagner from Indianapolis, Indiana in the 89 that went up and over big time on the backstretch. Bringing out the red flag here at the end of lap number 1.
Test. All right, give everybody a quick update. She is up and out of the car. That's Katie Wagner, the number 89. She is alert, but she is in some pain, so they're going to ask for medical assistance to come out and take her to get looked at. And take her out to get looked at. But right now, she is awake and alert, and we're glad to see that anyway. So give her a big round of applause, please.
to the race crews out there on the racetrack, you are not allowed to touch the cars for any reason unless you are assisting with the belts. Attention, attention, drivers, return to your cars. Drivers, return to your cars. And pit crew members, make your way back down towards the pit area. Pit members, make your way back towards the pit area. And drivers, to your cars. And yellow flag conditions back out on the Speedway. Tower's going to get the order set correctly, and we'll be sending the Vision 1 Composite non-wing micros back in green on their feature with 19 laps to go. Looks like the lineup is set correctly, and the field is going to be given the 1-to-go signal. Field's coming off Dinglish for Drew Sherman, Stone Sharp, Austin Barnsworth, as the field makes their way back off of turn number 2 and towards the restart cone over in turns 3 and 4. Drew Sherman's bringing the field down to the bottom of the racetrack, and green flags back in the air on the strong limiter A-Class wing feature. Feels a little bit more managed this time by. You're seeing no 3-wide action, only side by side throughout the field. As everybody's trying to find some room, trying to find some space to put some lap times down. As top 5 under a blanket as they complete lap number 1, starting to 3, maybe a little bit of a 3-wide battle there. Once again around the Wyatt Walters position, which is right around about the 10th or so spot, I would say. The rest of the field keeping themselves very managed. About a half-second advantage for Drew Sherman over the Division 1 Composite non-wing micro feature field. As everybody taking it a little bit more easily this time now, as Wyatt Walters starting to work on Cameron Romack. And Wyatt Walters will be able to take that spot away. Wyatt Walters up to 7th on Cameron Romack, who falls back to 8th. Romack on the outside as one car sideways over in turn 2. Caution's going to come out. That appears to be the 18M of Andrew Morgan over there, stopped over in turn 2. Track worker's going to work on getting Andrew Morgan refired over there in turn 2. Looks like he's requiring maybe a little bit of a push. Get his engine refired, or maybe he might be headed back towards the pit area. Nope, he is going to get his car fired, and he's going to take it. Well, it looks like he was going to try to take a trip through the infield, but nope, he's going to turn around and take that car back towards the tail end of the field. And this time, the Division 1 Composite non-wing micro field coming around to take the 1-to-go signal once again. So once again, it'll be Drew Sherman, Stone Sharp, Austin Barnsworth, the front 3. As behind them, you'll find the X of Mike Landis and the 31 of Mason Miller, who's the top 5. As field makes their way back to the restart cone once again here on the lap 6 restart, and we're back green. Right away, Stone Sharp tries throwing a big slider on Drew Sherman, but Sherman holds on to the race lead as they go back through turns 1 and 2. Stone Sharp maybe thought he saw an advantage. It's trouble in front of the field. Mason Miller gets sideways in front of Brody Strong. Little bit of contact. Everybody keeps it going in the right direction. We stay green. 4 wide off of turn number 2. Brody Strong maybe with an issue is trying to get that car refired, trying to get that car back up to speed, as he did take a right front hit there on the 31 of Mason Miller. As trouble in front of the field for Drew Sherman. The race leader goes around in front of the field. Andrew Morgan goes around to take evasive action. And Drew Sherman from the lead is headed to the back of the field. A tough break there for Drew Sherman. He's going to have 13 laps to try to claw his way back forward and through the Division 1 Composite non-wing micro field. As that will give Stone Sharp the race lead. It's a tough break there for Drew Sherman. As once again, single file restart here on, it'll be a lap 7 restart. The field's coming around. They've collected that 1-to-go signal. They're headed green next time by. As the race leader will be that 2V is Stone Sharp on the restart. Behind him is Austin Burnsworth, and restarting in third will be the X of Mike Landis. Then it'll be the 4 of Wyatt Walters and the 4R of Cameron Romack, making up the top 5 for the Vision One Composite Non-Wing Micros. Restart on lap number 7. Green flags back in the air. Field stays single file through turns 1 and 2. A couple guys going down to the bottom of the racetrack, including one of those being that number 12. And we're going 3 wide down to turns 3 and 4. That 12 car of Dawson Wright making his way forward rather quickly, as already you're going to see that number 3 of Drew Sherman trying to make his way forward as well. Cameron Romack on the bottom of the racetrack under a ton of pressure from Dawson Wright and Noah Bartley alongside him, as Noah Bartley trying to roll that top side, as well as Drew Sherman back in the pack starting to roll that top side as well. Cameron Romack trying not to get split middle of 3, as Dawson Wright still just sticking right behind him. As out in front still Stone Sharp and Austin Burnsworth show, as now they're 3 wide off turn number 2. Cameron Romack got put middle of 3, backs out of it going down to turn 3, and allows Dawson Wright and Noah Bartley by him. Rest of the field trying to be a bit more managed as they make their way through, as that number 3 of Drew Sherman's only picked off 1 car so far, as this car just not anywhere as good in traffic. That number 3 of Drew Sherman, as he comes off turn number 4 right behind the the driver who's second in points to be Danny Vicino. As the rest of the field trying to keep it managed, Mason Miller tries to throw a slider on Brody Strong, doesn't work down there. Cameron Romack still holding on to that 7th spot for now, but Clayton Apple's right there with him, trying to take that spot away. But out in front, still Stone Sharp with an almost a full second advantage over Austin Burnsworth as they come around to complete lap number 14. Running in third right now, that X car, Mike Landis, who's having himself a very good showing out here tonight. And his first start here at Coles County Speedway in 2024. Oh, it's trouble for the second place driver. Everybody's going to be able to get around him, as Mike Landis now going to be looking for second, get the nose chopped off him, as now he's going to try to throw the slider down here on the 7X of Austin Burnsworth, who got sideways on the high side in turn 2. Everybody's able to keep it going in the right direction. We stay green as they come around to complete lap number 17. Stone Sharp's advantage now out to almost 2.5 seconds over the Vision One Composite Non-Wing Micro field, as this might just be the race to lose for Stone Sharp in that 2V, as he's coming up on some lap traffic. Doesn't really need to manage it that much, as another car to look for, Drew Sherman up to 12th after having to restart at the tail for causing the incident on lap number 7. White flags in the air for Stone Sharp as he makes his way back through turns 1 and 2. Stone Sharp in the 2V and the lap traffic as he comes through turns 3 and 4, but Stone Sharp comes off of turn number 4. He's going to take the Vision One Composite Non-Wing Micro feature, and the battle for 4th comes out behind him. Second's going to go to Austin Burnsworth. Third goes to Mike Landis. Looks like 4th is going to go to Wyatt Walters, and 5th is going to go to the 7F and Nolan Bartley, as Andrew Morgan goes around coming to the checkered flag off turn number 4. But Stone Sharp going to make his return to Coles County Speedway Victory Lane. Last time he ran here was on October 21st in 2023. At the Halloween Clash, Stone Sharp picking up his second win here at Coles County Speedway. As he's going to try to navigate his way down to Victory Lane. Going to take a hard left turn in that 2V. Where Stone Sharp will be joined in Victory Lane by, once again, our Victory Lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, everybody, let's give a big round of applause to Stone Sharp, Vision One Composites Non-Wing Micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Great run, buddy.
All right, Stone, first of all, congratulations. Seems like once you got out front there that you were just able to slowly pull away every lap from everybody and wound up a pretty good lead there at the end. What can you tell us about it?
Man, that was a fun one, man. This track, it was pretty fun. It just kept getting wider and wider, and every lap it was like, I don't know if I was running the right line, the bad line. I didn't know what was going on, man. It was just kind of one of those that I was just running for my life, and hopefully those guys wouldn't catch me.
Did you have any concerns over the long delay we had in there?
Not really. I mean, the first about 5 laps after we went green after that, the track just kind of, the moisture came back out in it with the cool weather and everything. My car was super tight on entry, but after that, it just kind of went away, and I started driving it even harder, and it just took off.
Oh, very good. Look good. You got any sponsors? Anything you think?
Yeah, man. I got to thank Johnson Cattle Company, Scott Van Hoy. This thing is one hell of a rocket ship. Little A-class motors, little A-class motor it could with this Outlaws class, but no. Johnson Cattle Company, Concept Chassis, Shively Engines, CSI Shocks, G&G Racing Fuels, just everybody that helps out on this car. Thank you.
All right. Once again, everybody, let's give a big round of applause to Stone Sharp, your Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
And Stone Sharp makes his way off the racetrack as a Vision 1 Composite non-wing micro feature winner once again here at Coles County Speedway. It'll be the LO206 beginner karts, class that's allowed for up to 8-year-old drivers. And starting on the pole is going to be the 1Z of Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. And starting alongside Xander is going to be the 99 of Carter Bates from Hillsboro, Missouri, as they're going to come out right away and collect the one-to-go signal. And Xander LaRose, Carter Bates going to come up to the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. And the green flag's in the air on the LO206 beginner kart class feature. Xander LaRose on the inside cannot quite keep the lead over the 99 of Carter Bates, as Bates is going to pull out in front of Xander LaRose, as LaRose back on the inside, back down to turns 1 and 2, has to back out of it. Carter Bates going to get a bump from behind. Xander LaRose trying to lay the bumper to him. It's not quite going to work for that number 99 of Carter Bates, as Bates is keeping himself out in front of that number 1Z of Xander LaRose. And now LaRose to the inside through turns 1 and 2. Going down into turns 3 and 4. Xander LaRose is going to be clear for the LO206 beginner kart feature lead, as Carter Bates got to set back in line and try to reel him back in. Xander LaRose with now about a half-second advantage over Carter Bates, as Bates started to set faster lap times now than he was earlier, but so is Xander LaRose. As both drivers really start to hit their marks, now they can get themselves without either of each other out really in front of them, as Xander LaRose really starting to pull away now to over about a 6/10 advantage over Carter Bates. Xander LaRose is going to come off turn number 4 to extend his race lead over Carter Bates to about over a second now over that 99 machine, as Xander LaRose looking to pick up his second win in the LO206 beginner karts this year. Carter Bates just set his fastest lap of the race, but Xander LaRose still turning faster laps than that number 99 at Carter Bates. And now Carter Bates starting to reel back in. Xander LaRose able to claw back a 10th that last time by. As the field's coming around to 2 to go on the LO206 feature. Xander LaRose able to extend his lead back out to a 2 1/4 over Carter Bates as they come off turn 4 this time to collect the white flag. Carter Bates able to claw back 2/10 that time, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Xander LaRose coming through turns 3 and 4. And Xander LaRose is going to take his second LO206 beginner kart feature of the year over Carter Bates. So Xander LaRose will pull into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the second time this year in the LO206 karts, where once again he'll be joined by our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, folks, he's out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Xander LaRose, your low 206 beginner kart feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
All right, let's follow everybody in here.
Well, I got you up there, Xander. Let's just talk a little. You guys had a heck of a battle those first few laps out there. How were you able to get by him? He's not going to talk. He's shy. He's very shy. All right.
Hey, look, here comes the promoter.
I can't tell you he is sponsored by Spartan Transportation, Crabbery Concrete, Sleigh, and the WFO TV. I see a lot of feature stickers on his car here, so he must do pretty good here.
Come on, Kyle, get up, buddy. I get one. All right, everybody right here. Got it. Brian. Brian, you won't. I got to be the champ, man. Get up there. Let's see. Just you two. Hey, buddy. Good job. Carter, jump in, bud. Got it. Oh, my hook. Hey, good job, buddy.
So coming up next is going to be the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro feature. Starting on the poles, last week's feature winner, Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 71M. Starting alongside her, you'll find Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois in the 22D. Starting third in the 10M is going to be Mackenzie Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana. And alongside her, you'll find Adam Artman from Whitestown, Indiana in the 8A. Eli Chaplin in the 27E from Anderson, Indiana, starts 5th, with Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois in the 1K, starting in 6th. Tanner Triplett in the 22 from Lincoln, Illinois, starts 7th, with Cameron Jacobs in the 55J, starting 8th from Chatham, Illinois. And rounding out the field in the ninth starting spot will be the 37 JR of Colton Dempsey from Greencastle, Indiana. Once again, your Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature Field. And the field's going to be coming around to collect the one-to-go signal this time by and with that, the caution lights will extinguish here at Coles County Speedway. And with that, Lydia May and Dalton Clary is going to bring the field off of turn number 2 and towards the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. As Lydia May, Dalton Clary looking to take the field to the green flag on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature, and we're underway. Clary's trying to fight back on the outside, but trouble already. The 10M Maganzamini goes around. One car going up and over. Red flags. That's the 55J of Cameron Jacobs. I went up and over on his side with nowhere to go, with Mackenzie Meany out in front of him. Yeah, track worker's going to get the Jacobs car flipped over. And it looks like they need to create a little bit of separation between the Jacobs car and the Meany car. And it looks like Cameron Jacobs is out of his race car. And it looks like he's going to be headed back towards the pit area, as his car suffered a lot of top wing damage. Oh, it looks like we will have two non-finishers out of the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. Looks like the 10M of Mackenzie Meany going to be unable to continue, along with the 55J of Cameron Jacobs. So track workers will get that instant cleaned up, and it looks like we're going to be headed back to yellow flag conditions shortly. And just like that, we are back in yellow flag conditions on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. It's going to be back to a double file restart, as it did not complete one official lap, or headed back towards full race restart. Looks like Lydia May in the 71M might need some help getting refired. As that is the pole sitter. She's looking like she's still trying to get that car fired, but struggling to get that car fired. And she gets a little bit of help from a track worker as the field is going to come back around to join her. As now the rest of the field joined back up. And the field's going to be coming around to the one to go signal this time by. Oh, caution lights not extinguished. They're going to go one more time around for the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. So the caution lights have extinguished once again on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. Lydia May Colton Derry going to be leading the field back to green as they approach the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. See if Dalton Clary can get himself a good enough jump this time to try to stay alongside Lydia May. As they approach that start cone, green flags back in the air on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro. Lydia May gets a much better start than she did the first time. As she's clear all the way as she gets through turns 1 and 2. And she's going to come around and she's going to lead lap number 1 on the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Feature. As they're 3 wide behind her, Tanner Triplett, the points leader, trying to make this situation a little bit better for himself for later in the season. Already has himself about 400-point advantage over the rest of the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros, as he may be well on his way towards a track championship at the end of the year. Now he took a peek to the inside to try to send it 3 wide, decided against it, as he's got Eli Chaplin and Adam Artman in front of him. Decided very much against going 3 wide out on the bottom of the racetrack. Now Adam Artman's going to get passed by Eli Chaplin. Chaplin up to 3rd as the rest of the field making their way back through turns 3 and 4. Tanner Triplett holding in line in that 5th spot. Out in front still, that 71 in with Lydia May leading the way by about a second over second place Dalton Clary. And Eli Chaplin is running in 3rd at the moment, and he's clawing in on the rear bumper of the 22D of Dalton Clary. Adam Artman under pressure from Tanner Triplett. Triplett on the inside as they come through turns 3 and 4. See if Tanner Triplett tries to throw it into turns 1 and 2. He does. He's going to make the move stick. And Tanner Triplett's going to be through to 4th off turn 2. Lydia May still turning lap times. Very, very good lap times for that 71M machine as she comes around to complete lap number 8. She's got about a 1.5 second advantage over the 22D machine of Dalton Clary. As the rest of the field makes their way through turns 3 and 4 cleanly. Dalton Clary under a ton of pressure now from Eli Chaplin, who was half a second back at the timing line. It was able to get right to the rear bumper of Dalton Clary. Chaplin really looking like he has a good race car down in turns 1 and 2. As Tanner Triplett just taking his time, as he knows he's going to have himself a good points day today, extending his points lead over the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micros. Tanner Triplett, though, with a very good race car, looking to try to take the 3rd spot away from the 27E of Eli Chaplin. He's there within 0.4 seconds at the timing line, as Lydia May still with about a 2.8 second advantage over second place Dalton Clary as she completes lap number 12. And now Dalton Clary going to start reeling her in, about turned to lap time 0.3 better that time, but Eli Chaplin is coming to the rear bumper of Dalton Clary as the rest of the field making their way back around. And Lydia May able to extend that gap back out just a little bit as everybody's starting to hit their marks once again. Lydia May back into the sub 12 second range on her lap times as 2nd through 4th now under a blanket as they're going to have a 3-car battle for 2nd. As Dalton Clary on the outside, Eli Chaplin on the inside. Chaplin throws it in there. Dalton Clary tries to pull the crossover move. He's going to stay alongside back to 1. He has to back out. Now Dalton Clary sideways in front of Tanner Triplett. Tanner Triplett takes advantage, and Triplett goes through to third. Dalton Clary falls back to fourth, and now Dalton Clary's going to have to calm down, make his mark stick now, as that allowed Lydia May to extend her lead out to over 2 seconds now over Eli Chaplin. As she completes lap number 17, time's running out for the field as Lydia May and that 71M looking to go back-to-back. She won last week, looking to win again this week. And that 71M machine, she looks good as she comes to 2 to go. 27E Eli Chaplin, 2.5 seconds back of Lydia May. Lydia May just turned her fastest lap of the race. White flags in the air for the 71 of Lydia May. And Lydia May, as she works her way back through turns 1 and 2, is looking to go back-to-back as she comes down into turns 3 and 4, and she'll do it again. Lydia May goes back-to-back at Coles County Speedway. Lydia May, your Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro-Feature winner over Eli Chaplin, Tanner Triplett, Dalton Clary, Adam Artman, Mackenzie Dowler, and Colton Dempsey. Mackenzie Meany and Cameron Jacobs, the 2 non-finishers. And Lydia May is going to make her way back into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the 2nd week in a row. Once again, she'll be joined by our victory lane reporter, Kevin Bentz.
All right, everybody, she's up and out of her car. Let's give a big round of applause to Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana, your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Get it up. There we go. Congratulations, Lydia. Didn't I just see you here a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Starting to like this place, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they dropped the green flag. You just like you just took off, but somewhere there in the middle of the race, looked like for 2 or 3 laps there, you maybe getting a little loose, and like you were having a little issue in the corners.
Yeah.
I
I just kept sliding up the racetrack and.
Just getting a little
Yeah.
loose on you. Okay. Yeah.
Engler, Palm Bay Motorsports, Pepleys, and then I want to thank my mom and my dad, and my grandma and my grandpa, and my.
That it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. Once again, good job. Come back and see us again. We like having you here. All right, everybody, give her a big round of applause one more time. Lydia May, your Patriot Landscape Restricted Micro Feature winner at Coles County Speedway.
So Lydia May is going to make her way off the racetrack as a two-time winner here at Coles County Speedway in the Patriot Landscaping Restricted Micro Class. And that will allow for the strong motor A-Class Wings to make their way out for their 20-lap feature. Aiden Dice from Warsaw, Indiana in the 7 is going to start on the pole, and Arston Burnsworth in the 7X from Warsaw, Indiana as well will start alongside him. Stone Sharp in the 2V from Frankfort, Oklahoma in the 3 starts, the 2V starts 3rd. Caden Tolliver in the 103T from Watertown, Wisconsin starts 4th. Tyler Taylor in the 88T from Danville, Illinois starts 5th. And Colin Shane in the 87 from Sullivan, Illinois starts 6th. Eli Chaplin from Anderson, Indiana in the 27E starts 7th, with Mason Miller from Noblesville, Indiana in the 31 starting in 8th. Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 07C starts 9th, with Logan Anderson from Vincent, Indiana in the 93 rounding out the top 10. Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 21V starts 11th, with Larry Drake in the 97D, also from Terre Haute, Indiana, starting in 12th. And then Katie Wagner and Jet Reckhop will be the do not start cars on the strong motor A-Class wing feature tonight. So we're going to allow for a little bit of time to allow some of the drivers from the previous race to make their way into their A-Class cars. And just like that, the strong motor A-Class wing features rolling out onto the racetrack. Looks like they're going to be able to make that car swap pretty quickly. And it looks like Larry Drake is not going to make the start of this race as well. He was involved in an earlier incident in the heat race. And it looks like we might have been waiting on the 27E car of Eli Chaplin. And he'll get himself up to his correct starting position. This field's going to be looking for the one-to-go signal. They're not going to get it this time, but it looks like they're going to get it next time as they come back around. So the 1 to go signal being given to the field for the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. 20 laps for these drivers, as a couple of these guys running double duty tonight. As a couple of these drivers looking for their first wins here at Coles County Speedway. A couple of these guys see up in victory lane quite often. One of those being the 87 at Colin Shea, starting on the outside of row number 3, as Aiden Dice and Austin Burnsworth is going to make their way up to the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. And green flags in the air on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. They're already 3 wide as they come down to turn 1. Look out, a couple cars get hooked together. They're still 3 wide as they come through turns 1 and 2. And Colin Shane with an issue, something amiss on the 87 car. That car coming to a stop over in turns 3 and 4, and the caution's gonna come out. Looks like something went wrong on the Colin Shane car. It looks like Tower is discussing whether or not this will be a single file restart. It will not. It'll be a full race restart, as they deemed the entire field did not make it through lap number 1. The field's going to double back up for the full race restart on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. Looks like Colin Shane trying to diagnose whatever went wrong on his car, and it looks like, unfortunately, terminal issue for that number 87 machine, as unfortunately it looks like the commentator curse strikes again. Unfortunately, this one coming at the cost of Colin Shane. And he'll make his way back towards the pit area. That'll end Colin Shane's night in the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. So Fields could be looking for the 1 to go signal this time by. They're going to get it. As once again, Aiden Dice, Austin Burnsworth going to be the front row as they make their way back down to turns 1 and 2 with the caution lights extinguished this time. The field's going to make their way off turn number 2. They're looking to trying to complete the first green flag lap without an issue this time. As once again, Aiden Dice, Austin Burnsworth leads the field up to the start cone, and green flags in the air on the Strong Elevator A-Class Wing feature. The leaders are side by side through turns 1 and 2. They're 3 wide further back behind them. Driver's able to figure it out as Eli Chaplin starting to fall back a little bit, trying not to get put in the middle of 3 wide. As out in front, the top 3 get single file, as it will be that number 7 Aiden Dice leading over the 7X of Austin Burnsworth, and Stone Sharp in the 2B trying to make his way forward and around the 7X of Austin Burnsworth. Tyler Taylor, by the way, up to 4th on Colin Tolliver. Out behind them as they're still side by side for the 4th spot. Tolliver on the inside, Tyler on the outside. Taylor takes it away, and they're still battling it out, and now he's going to be clear off turn number 2. Taylor clears the 4th. Caden Tolliver tries to fight back on the inside, doesn't work down there though, as now Caden Tolliver back down to the bottom. Tyler Taylor able to be clear for the 4th spot quite easily now. Maybe he can start trying to chase down the top 3. Have to look on it, see if the lap times are there. They're not. He's running about 1/10 of a second slower each lap than the top 4. Race leader, though, Aiden Dice has about a 4/10 of advantage lead over the 7X of Austin Burnsworth, but Burnsworth making the high side work already. As that number 7X, Austin Burnsworth, really trying to make that, maybe actually the middle groove work more than really the high groove, and now they're going to be side by side back to 1. Burnsworth on the inside, Dice on the outside. Burnsworth making it look easy on the high side as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Aiden Dice really throws it in there to try to keep them alongside each other. It doesn't really work though, and now Austin Burnsworth trying to cut off the inside groove, and he just about gets it done. As Austin Burnsworth now clear with the lead over Aiden Dice, as Dice trying to fight back into the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Doesn't happen though, as it's going to be clear for that number 7X, Austin Burnsworth. And now Stone Sharp, see if he can find his way forward as well. It's about 7/10 back of these two as they're battling it out in front of him. He closes in within half a second now. He's 1/10 of a second behind Aiden Dice as the rest of the field trying to make their way through. As now the top 3 still under a blanket as they start approaching the lap traffic of Audrey Cowden in front of them. Cowden's on the low line as these other drivers are as well. Now Stone Sharp to the inside of Aiden Dice as they come down into turns 3 and 4. Audrey Cowden look like she might try to keep her car up there on the high side. Stone Sharp backs out of it going into turns 3 and 4. Blue flag being shown to Audrey Cowden. She's going to go right down to the bottom as the 7X of Austin Burnsworth trying to keep his lead, seeing how he can manage the lap traffic of Audrey Cowden. That's blue flag being shown once again to the 0-7. And now Burnsworth gets down to the inside. Audrey Cowden, he's going to try to clear, and he will clear off turn number 2. And trouble for the 2 drivers behind them, get caught up on the lap traffic. And this will give Austin Burnsworth a big advantage as the 7-8 of Dice tries to force it 3 wide around the lap traffic. Audrey Cowden knew that he was there. It doesn't work down there. Dice upset with that. It really throws it in there on Cowden and makes it maybe a little known. Gets the elbows out for that number 7 machine of Aiden Dice, who now falls a second behind second place Stone Sharp, as Sharp himself falls a second and a half behind race leader Austin Burnsworth. Burnsworth and the top 3 coming off turn 2 that time by. A little further back, you'll find Tyler Taylor now trouble over turn number 4. Audrey Cowden goes around. The caution comes out with 2 to go on the strong motor A-Class wing feature. Not something you wanted to see as Austin Burnsworth as now this allows Stone Sharp to try to take advantage on the restart and try to take this race away, as Aiden Dice himself still has a very quick race car, as all 3 of these top 3 drivers each deserving of the win out of this feature tonight, as Audrey Cowden still trying to get her car refired, as it looks like whatever the issue may be, it may be terminal. As it looks like the Audrey Cowden car is able to get refired, and she'll join back in at the tail of the field. Oh, and an issue for the 103T. Caden Tolliver pulling down to the infield. He might be headed back towards the pit area. It looks like he might be trying to head back towards the pit area as the field's going to come around. They're going to collect the 1-to-go signal as Austin Burnsworth, Stone Sharp, Aiden Dice, the top 3. Tyler Taylor would be restarting in 4th. Caden Tolliver needs help getting pushed with the 1-to-go signal given. We're going to see if this restart is going to get waved off, and it looks like they're actually going to pull that car back into the infield. Caden Tolliver not happy, wanted to be going back to the pit area. But the field's going to come back to the restart code. Austin Burnsworth brings him to the top, back down to the bottom of the restart code. Green flag's back in the air. That's a great restart for that number 7X machine of Burnsworth. Burnsworth on the bottom, Stone Sharp on the bottom as well. Aiden Dice going to the top side, trying to make that move work. White flag's in the air right away for that 7X, though, of Austin Burnsworth. As the rest of the field in tow behind him, Aiden Dice is able to get alongside of Stone Sharp. Going to take a big move down here in turns 3 and 4 from Aiden Dice. Aiden Dice throws it out there, but it's Austin Burnsworth taking the strong elevator A-Class wing feature. Aiden Dice takes 2nd over Stone Sharp by a 1/10 of a second. Tyler Taylor will take 4th. Mason Miller 5th. Danny Vicino 6th. Eli Chaplin 7th. Logan Anderson 8th. Audrey Cowden will finish in 9th. Caden Tolliver, the first non-finisher, alongside Colin Shane, Larry Drake, Katie Wagner, and Jet Rekop. And so Austin Burnsworth will make his way into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time this year for that number 7X machine, where once again he'll be joined by our victory lane reporter, Kevin.
All right, let's give a big round of applause to your Strong Over A-Class feature winner, Austin Burnsworth. Austin hails from Warsaw, Indiana, driving the 7X. All right, Austin, first of all, congratulations. You top three guys, Austin, you and Aiden Dice and Stone Sharp had a heck of a battle out there. What can you tell me about it? I mean, you guys were just back and forth there for a while, and then once you got by them, you seemed to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a totally different race than the non-wing race. Non-wing, it was kind of up top and a little crazy and dangerous. I mean, I don't know, it was scary up there, but that wing race, I was lucky to find the moisture, kind of run a slider line, and then wasn't that exciting of a race, just kind of rolled the bottom the rest of the time, but I knew I had to get it done and knew that was the way to do it. So can't thank my supporters enough, Wildman Uniform, OSR Bikes and Motors, Lucky 7 Car Store, the whole Dice family. And I want to mention, Aiden Dice thank him for driving me clean. It's always fun racing with him. Hyper Racing, Sussman Dentistry, Jet Ag, everyone who's behind this car, my dad and my crewmates making this thing all shiny. I can't thank them enough. And my grandma's badass garage. Just everyone who makes this go around.
It does take a lot of work, takes a lot of people, good people. So, all right, once again, congratulations, Austin Burnworth. You're a strong elevator A-Class feature winner here tonight at Coles County Speedway. That wraps up our racing for tonight, folks. We ask everybody please be careful and drive home safely. Thank you.